Hmm. Hello, everybody. Alrighty, got the stream live. Okay. I've posted everywhere I want to. Guess I could post on Tantan's Discord. Okay. I got followed by someone, so that's funny. Okay, get that going. Kick that open. Okay. Hello, Silva. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Ready. Okay. How was your week, Silva? I know we didn't get a chance to really hang out yesterday. Okay. Okay. There's that. Gotta head over to the Book of Faces and the Social of Blues. Alrighty. Oh my gosh, I got distracted. I meant to be posting my going live notification, and I got distracted reading things on Facebook. Okay, got all of that. Okay, alright. I've posted to all the places that I'm live. I've let people know that I am here. I'm here and I am bizarre. Okay. Let's get to the just chatting screen and do some just chatting before we get into tonight's writing. Alright. Alright. Come on. There we go. Cool. It's weird. My streams recently, these writing streams, have been some of my highest performing streams on YouTube, which is really funny. Like, it is. Hey Nabiru. It is really funny how well my writing streams have been performing on YouTube, and I don't know what changed. I don't know if I changed how I categorize them or what, but there's just this stark night and day difference. Like if you go back to some of my older writing streams, they had like 5 views, and my last writing stream had like 36 views, and the one before that had 50 views. All of them got copyright stuff because of the music getting recognized, but also those last few streams have also been longer than normal. I don't know. How was your week, Nabiru? My day was kind of frustrating. So I was supposed to have the exterminator come today to do stuff for mice, right? That is what was supposed to happen today. As far as I knew, that's what was on the game plan. I was up super late, and I was like, if I go to sleep now, I'm going to be asleep and I'm going to miss the exterminator. Because last time the exterminator came, he came like between like 9 and 10 in the morning. And it was like 7 o'clock. And I was just getting done doing dishes. So I was like, I'll just stay up. So I didn't put my headphones in. I kept my bedroom door open so I could... Yeah, the tube algorithm is really bizarre. And I kept my bedroom door open so I could hear if someone knocked on the main door. And I kind of just like lay down for a little bit. Hey, as long as you're having fun, you matter, Nabiru. You matter. And if it's important to you, then it's important. And so, but then, like, from like 12 o'clock, the guy hadn't shown. I nodded off for like maybe an hour in the middle, but like I was awake for most of that time. And then like, I just went to sleep till like 4:30, and like no headphones in. So if the guy had banged on the door, it probably would have woken me up. Didn't hear it at all. And it's really frustrating because if I understand this properly, if he came and I was, for whatever reason, so dead asleep that I missed him and didn't let him in, I think I'm going to be getting fined, which is going to suck. Like, I don't have any missed calls from the rental office. And they have my number. They have my contact information. So, like, yeah, I was up all day waiting for this guy to show up, and then he just didn't show. I don't know if I should call the rental office on Monday and be like, hey, was the guy supposed to come out on Friday? Because he wasn't there, and I stayed awake, and I was like here. Waiting for him, and like I didn't see him. But there's always the possibility that I was so dead asleep that I missed him. That's always a possibility, and that's one of the things about sleep. Just because something woke me up before doesn't always guarantee it's going to wake me up again. But then before that, yesterday was interesting. So, I had a session with my therapist, right? I'm gonna put that over there. I had a session with my therapist, and it was intense. I talked to my therapist about the weird dreams I'd been having. And my therapist was like, well, sometimes dreams are just dreams. You know, they're just random stuff. Sometimes they're a representation of whatever is really stressing you out. And, you know, you want to look at that and say, what are these things about? But processing them, right? And I kind of moved past the dreams I'd had last weekend, but then digging them back up kind of threw me off my game, right? And I was just like, and I'd been feeling really wonky, having some weird sleep schedules. And we ended up not doing anime night because I just wasn't feeling really good for it, right? I was just feeling really drained. And so one thing about Critical Role airs on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific, which is 10 p.m. EST. And I have been watching for I think a year now. I've been really continuously watching it. And the last episode I saw was 88, and the episode that was airing last night was 91. I saw a video that went over a huge spoiler of what happened at the end of episode 90. So I have to watch 89 and 90. And I have been dragging my feet with watching. Actually, wait, no, was last night 91? No, last night was 92. Last night was 92. But I'd seen a thing about what happened at the end of 91. And I didn't know a lot of the details, but I had a general idea of what happened. And I was like, I don't want to watch if I'm going to be behind. But then I was just like, you know what? Because I felt this kind of melancholy, this feeling of just emotional wishy-washiness about what am I going to do? I'm not doing anime night and I'm not watching Critical Role. What am I going to do? So then I decided to go watch Critical Role, and I joined when they were partway through their introduction. So I didn't miss any of the actual episode. And I watch, there's this Twitch streamer, Lou Buffin, and she has on her Discord, she has a specific chat dedicated to people doing their live reactions to Critical Role. So then we're in there watching Critical Role, we're all watching it together, and we're all reacting together in this one chat. That is a lot more controlled, and it is a lot slower, and it's a lot easier to read stuff and interact than it is in the actual Critical Role chat on Twitch. So I was like, I'll do it. I'll just watch. And some people were like, I don't know if you want to do this. You missed a lot. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I'm glad I did, because there was so much chaotic stuff. They pushed so many boundaries with what you can do in these kinds of shows, and the type of storytelling that they're doing. They did so many things, and I was glad I was there for it. And at the end of it, I just felt this release, right? I felt this this kind of weight coming off my chest a little bit. And I realized that for the last few weeks of not watching Critical Role, I've been building up this stress because it was a part of my routine. It was a part of my routine, and I hadn't been doing it, or I hadn't been watching, or I hadn't been keeping up, and because there'd been just so much stuff with the move and with appointments and with all this other stuff that I had that I had just not kept up with stuff. And it just felt so good to get back into my routine. And I posted about this on Twitter that, like, I don't know how to feel about it, because part of, like, the ADHD autism experience, I am not diagnosed with autism, but I'm seeking medical guidance on getting a diagnosis, but I know that this is something that's shared between them, is that having a routine helps. Having a routine helps with stuff, and having that routine disturbed can be difficult. And I did not realize how much stress I had been building from something as simple as not watching Critical Role. And that was, like, kind of disturbing, because I have no control over Critical Role. I have no control over, like, if they're going to do an episode or what the content's going to be of their episode, right? I have absolutely no control, but that show has become this crucial part of my routine that, like, I experience buildup of stress and strain whenever I don't watch it. And that's scary, I'll be honest. And it's not like, I don't know, it's not quite an addiction. Like, I'm not, like, fiending for more episodes of Critical Role, but, like, it's just like missing something in my routine. And I don't know what to do with that. But yeah, that was a thing. Okay. So, yeah, that was Thursday. Earlier in the week, so Monday I wrote chapter 2, right? And I wanted to, some point on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, rewrite the first, like, 700 words of it. Rewrite that introduction to chapter 2, right? I really wanted to get back to that and rewrite that. But then, like, Tuesday, I think I was just really tired Tuesday. And Wednesday, I was doing a bunch of cooking. I was doing a bunch of cooking on Wednesday. And I was just really tired from all the cooking. And it's just, it's one of those things where, like, how do I put this? I understand conceptually that I am disabled and I cannot do certain things in certain quantities that an able-bodied person can do. Right? I understand that. Conceptually. But for some reason, it always feels like a surprise whenever that actually becomes a very noticeable and frustrating problem. It's very noticeable sometimes, which is part of me seeking disability. Even though I've worked really hard to remove a lot of the things from my life that tire me out and stress me out, there are some things that I just can't remove from my life, right? There are some things that I just, like, I just have to fight my way through. And whenever it comes time to be confronted with a lot of those things, it's just, It's just a lot, you know. Um, and actually, no, Tuesday I went grocery shopping. That's what I did. Tuesday I went grocery shopping. That's why I was tired on Tuesday. And then I ran a game Tuesday night that I had to like get ready for. That's what it was. And then Wednesday was just cooking. Oh my gosh. The adventures of cooking. I have like this wide variety of ingredients, and I realize I should be rationing them, going slowly, very carefully with my portioning and all that jazz, right? I understand that conceptually, but I'm getting a chance to cook things because I have ready access to a kitchen 24 hours a day where I don't have to worry about somebody else being in the kitchen. So I can just go in there and cook stuff, right? And that just has let me cook so many things. And it's just been really fun. You're no longer Silva, you're now evil Silva. So wait, if Silva plays Red Dragon Archfiends, does that mean evil Silva plays Stardust? Or no, why that's not... Yes? Okay. Evil Silva. Evil Silva. Stardust Synchrogasm, yes. Speaking of card games, I need to like meet with the other players with the players for my planned perfect draw game, because since I moved, I haven't had a chance to actually meet with people and start working on making that show actually a thing. Like I started making progress, and then like because of the move and everything that was going on in my personal life, it just kind of fizzled, and like we haven't met since. So I gotta do that. All right. All right, coming up on 9 o'clock. So I think what we're going to do, I'm going to kind of break my own rule. Normally, I don't like to do editing on stream. I like to save that for after stream or off stream. I don't know if I'm even going to have time for it. I don't know. So here's the thing, chat. I am intending to write chapter 3 tonight, right? The thing is, I have like the least notes for chapter 3. And I have not thought about chapter 3. And as I was imagining things and planning things and listing ideas and working on what I was going to write next, up until I actually sat down and looked at my notes, right? My outline, I thought the stuff that I'd been planning was actually lined up with what I had for chapter 4. And I was really wondering, because I was like, you know, that's all well and good, but I feel like we're jumping the gun. I feel like I'm skipping something. And like, so in, let me look at my notes real quick. No, I wasn't even looking at, chapter 4. I was looking at chapter 5. So, in chapter 5, right, Jonathan goes to dinner, gets invited to dinner with Lisa. Well, at the end of chapter 4 and the beginning of chapter 5, gets invited to dinner with Lisa, and finds out that she only invited him in order to like make Timmy happy because Timmy wanted to talk to him, right? And after that, there's the whole thing with like the base gets attacked, the facility gets attacked again, and so she drives him over there, and then he fights them off, and they're the stronger monsters. He rallies everybody because they're having trouble controlling their brave drives, and he gets the I think I was gonna have him get the shield then. Oh no, he gets the shield in chapter 6. Yeah. He starts trying to fight in chapter 5, and then he finishes the fight in chapter 6 with the shield. And then the whole thing with Lisa saying she wants to study the remains of the beasts happens in chapter 7. So I was thinking about all of these things, right? And I have these things planned out to give them a lot of space, to write them, and to explore them really in depth, like a novel. But in my head, I thought I was misremembering, and I thought this entire sequence of Gao Inc. deciding to move forward with the Guardian Angel Armor Mark II and him going, I thought that whole sequence of chapter 4 was the intro of chapter 3, and I thought chapter 3 was him going to dinner and then going from dinner to go fight, and I thought that the entire battle was going to be in chapter 3, and I was really confused, and I was like, that's kind of a big part of what I had for Act 1. And I was condensing these like 4 chapters in my head into one chapter, and I was like, how am I gonna do that? And it was really baffling me all week, right? Whenever I would think about it, because I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to be really careful with my word choice in order to keep things concise to cover all that stuff in one chapter. And then, lo and behold, I sit down at my computer and look at my notes, and I see, nope, I was completely skipping chapter 3, and I was in my head condensing chapters 4 through 7 into one chapter. Well, 4 through 6. I was condensing all of block 2 into one chapter. And I think that's really funny. I think it's really funny that, like, in my head, I was condensing 3 chapters into one chapter while skipping another. And now I sit down and I have, like, nothing super planned for chapter 3. So chapter 3 is the immediate reaction to the attack, the monster attack. FBI are called in after things clear up to investigate, but claim that it's some kind of wild animal attack and there's nothing criminal to investigate. Jonathan is congratulated for saving the facility and most of the people, but he mourns those he couldn't save. So this is the chapter to really go into the immediate reaction after all the stuff, and this is like the beginning of the change in Jonathan's world. Right? This is the reaction to the entire conflict that happened in chapter 2, which is important. And when I sat down and I read that, I got some ideas, and I was like, okay, I could do this or that or this. I was thinking I could do some things, having some like good moments between like Jonathan and Lisa, and like have kind of like a thing where we're going through a period of time to really explain the funerals and the process, so that way there is this feeling of this passage of time. Because one of the problems I was running into was in end of chapter 4, beginning of chapter 5, Lisa invites him to dinner, and he goes to dinner with Lisa, and it's kind of this bait and switch where he thinks that she's interested in him, but she really just but Timmy's the one who looks up to him and finds out that for whatever reason, like Timmy did good in school, or Timmy's been doing good or whatever, that she invited him over for Timmy, which it felt like that felt really rushed in my head when I had all of that happening in chapter 3. And I was like, that feels like really rushed. But now that I know that's not till like way down the line, this is I'm relieved, because this is really important. So I kind of want to touch up some of the stuff at the beginning of chapter 2 first. So I'll touch that up, and then we'll delve into chapter 3, okay? All right. Whoop. What have we got? None of those are what I'm looking for. There we go. Hey, Noel Main, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just getting started with the writing. Welcome out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I was just giving my introduction, talking about my week, and going over what we're going to be doing tonight, what I'm going to be doing tonight. It's weird. Like, being a streamer, it's like, I want to say we are going to be doing, because there's the implication that you all are doing it with me. You all are a part of the process of doing it with me, because like this is a group effort. I'm doing the writing, but I still take input from all of you. But I realize it is still better to say I am doing this. That I and we thing, it's a little bit hard, because you don't want to be like seen doing like the royal we. But I almost feel like it's applicable as a streamer, you know? Okay. That's the outline. That's not what I wanted. Hello, LeMay. Welcome, welcome. Okay, what I want to do before we move on to chapter 3 is I want to touch up some of the stuff at the start of chapter 2. And this is one of the nice things about like not being in like NaNoWriMo, is that like I'm not in this sprint to get stuff done where I have to do a chapter every day. I can kind of take my time and pace myself a little bit, you know? Uh, okay. So this is one thing I wanted to do is explain more of like the kind of the starting, because this is the start of the romance. Jonathan starting to realize that he's attracted to Lisa. And one thing I wanted to do was I realized the original way I had it written said that she just basically looked pretty and he was just like staring at her looks. And that felt a little bit shallow. And I wanted to explain more about her characterization. So I kind of took out the word looks and how he was captivated by her. And I inserted another sentence here. She was elegant but powerful and gave off an aura of confidence and control in the midst of the pain and loss surrounding her. In order to describe her, now this is her at the funeral service for her father, right? She is just in control, but knows better than to say anything because one, she's already in a relationship, and two, even if she wasn't, this is not the time or the place to say something like that. All right. Okay, I want to word this sentence better. Okay, here we go with this one. I won't say we, I'll say they. Because while he works for Gowing, he's not going. Hello, Vincent. Welcome in. Welcome. So what we're doing tonight is I am just touching up some of the stuff from the start of chapter 2 because I'm not super happy with that. Just doing some quick editing, fixing a couple things, better defining a couple things, then writing chapter 3. And you're welcome to work on your own stuff. I don't know if you have any projects of your own, any other writing or game development or homework or studying you want to work on. I invite you to grab some stuff to work on, enjoy the vibes, and kind of just share what you're working on in chat. Not just you, I invite that to everybody because I want this to be a very, a productive time for all of us so we can all do stuff together. All right. Okay, so here is kind of putting this thing, instead of tacking it on to the first sentence, I made it its own sentence because I wanted to basically reference that there would be other companies showing off their products at this tech demo. Okay. I'm actually planning to start a story of my own, but I might work on it during the week because that's when I feel most motivated. Okay, Vincent. Well, I wish you all the best. If you want to tell us about the story or what you have planned, or maybe about your main character, I would love to hear about the story that you're working on, that you're planning to start. I would love to hear about it. How would I write a training arc? Would I do a montage, time skip, or show the whole thing? Well, I have had bad experiences trying to write training arcs, LeMay. In my first attempt at a novel, which was trying to make my lore, the lore for my VTuber, for the character that you see representing me on screen, I I tried describing the training in great detail and making that a key part of the story, for the training arc, to do that for character development, and expressing these ideas of growth and characterization, as part of the training arc, right? And one of the problems I ran into was, I am a writer, not an actual super robot mech pilot, right? I had trouble imagining and describing a lot of the minutia and the specifics of what would be going on in the character's training. Whenever I did, sometimes I was a little bit frustrated, and that was also, so I used the Katie-tastic method for outlining for that novel as well, the 27 chapter method. And when I was doing that, because I was doing it for NaNoWriMo, I was doing 2,000 words per chapter. So trying to get into the minutia of the training over the course of multiple chapters, when each chapter was like supposed to be its own idea or expression, and then fitting that into 2,000 words, or trying to like put that all together in that word range, was just really difficult. And one thing that ended up happening when I tried doing it was, I don't know how to say this, I fell behind. I still need to go back and edit that novel, and I feel like, because I did this like really, really detailed part up to a certain point, and then I like time skipped the coolest part of the training, where he was actually in the giant robot. And because of how much him fighting in the robot is a core part of the story, part of me feels like I need to go in and add a 28th chapter that's just actually detailing his training with the robot, in order to better set up for the final conflict, and then to first introduce the concepts, the techniques, the weapons, the moves that get used in the conflicts later on in the story. And that's how I would like if I'm going to write, I know I'm kind of going on a tangent here, but like, if I was going to write a training arc, right, it would primarily be in a story where, if I was going to like go into the minutia and detail of the training arc. Now, you can't write every single day of the training arc, right? Because training takes time. So you're going to write like key points, key scenes, specific parts of the training over the course of the training to show the progress. So I don't know that I would show the whole thing. I would show specific scenes in the midst of the training, in order to show progress of the character. And also I would use it to introduce concepts, techniques, moves, to explain more of the magic system, and introduce the creative and unique ways that the character is going to use whatever magic or technology system is in there, and have that be foreshadowing for, if nothing else, the final conflict. Right? Start planting the seeds in the training arc for the move or the technique that's going to be super crucial in the final battle, because you want things to come full circle. Like one idea I like that I kind of toyed with, that I was just thinking about, was if you introduce some move, or have the main character trying to do a certain move or do a certain thing with the magic and the power system, but the thing is like really complex and complicated, and their teacher's like, that's outside of your grasp, focus on the basics for now, and they grumble and eventually just, like, I'll master it one day. And then in the final battle, in the big final conflict, you have them do that move. Some situation comes up and then they do that move that they were attempting to do in training, except they pull it off and it does what they need to do. And it is conveniently a great thing for that situation, and it kind of like could turn the tide of battle or be this crucial moment that like helps with securing victory. So if I was going to go into like showing air quotes the whole thing, it would be kind of in like part of I would kind of do part montage, part show the whole thing with like select scenes, introducing ideas that I'm going to be referencing later on in the story. But what's funny is in this, I kind of do a kind of time skip / montage for the training stuff, because a lot of this is happening during the training, right? The training happens off screen here in this story, because a lot of the training, because I'm not referencing a lot of the training, because while it is about the action, it's also about the characters and about the romance. Which sounds sacrilegious to say, but yeah. So for this, like it says he started training, for 3 weeks, and I give some kind of a montage or description of some things and issues that the character comes up with and things that are part of the training. And then I have this scene with the inciting incident with the battle that takes place in the midst of the training. And then we go back to more training and life moves on. So that's how I'm doing it in this story right here. Is I'm doing it kind of like a time skip, I guess, with like notes and exposition explaining what happened. But in my first novel attempt, I did a thing where I tried to show more of what happened and get really into the detail, and I had a lot of trouble with that, and that's one of the things I want to edit. So full disclosure, I have like 2 first drafts done of novels, and I've only partially edited one of them to start getting to the second draft. I can get them written. It's just getting them edited and getting readers, because getting a test reader for a short story, that's one thing. Getting a test reader and being like, hey, this is 54,000 words. And being like, or like, this is 56,000 words. And getting test readers to read and give me notes back is daunting. I am just exhausted by the thought of asking someone to do that. Like, I asked one person, but then they have life and stuff happening. But yeah. The main character is a person named Oswald. He's a powerful wizard until he got cancer and was stuck in the hospital, causing him to miss out on all of his magic lessons at his wizard academy. Ooh. That's interesting. But I hope I answered your question, LeMay. I realize I went off on like different tangents there, but that's a really good question. Dude, this week was wild. Had so much to do. Tomorrow's my sister's birthday, so I'm out of town. It was like a 2-hour ride to my family's house. My family lives in a different city. Wow, that's so intense, Noel Maine. Okay. Hmm. I'm going to go, though. I might come back. All right, Vincent. Vincent, I want you to know that I think you're a wonderful and valuable person. I believe that you make this world a better place, and I appreciate having you in this community. You are valid, worthy of love, and deserving of good things, Vincent. Have yourself a good night, and I say that to you in case I don't see you. It is great having you. Okay. Ooh, that was a... Okay, I want to do... Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is another thing reinforcing the romance. And this is one of the things where, like, I want there to be some kind of, like, romantic tension between the two of them. I'm intentionally trying to write a romance with this. Yeah, the sister is the oldest one of us. Thing is, me and my sisters are on good terms. The problem is with my mom, and I'm already exhausted from college and the internship. Oh dear, Noel, Maine. That's rough. Okay. So here, I want there to be an introduction to. So he's feeling rage at Jim, fear for what might be wrong with Timmy, because Timmy's body was limp. Okay. There we go. So this is clarifying. So what I'm putting in here is more clarifying text to clarify the directions of what's happening, to try to create a clearer picture in the reader's mind of what was going on, to better convey the directionality of what's happening. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, has it started? I'm a family-friendly channel, so I'm gonna have to ask you to not do that. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Oh. All right, it's that time of night. Okay. Hey, Nabiru, are you around? Okay. 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 That's funny. With all the words I added, that brought it right up to my maximum what I wanted for length of a chapter. So that's fine. All right. Let's get started on chapter 3. All right. Alrighty. Okay. Cool. Okay, that's cool, Noel Main. Okay. Okay. So this is picking up immediately after, the immediate aftermath, which is like the next day. And then we're gonna, in chapter 4, we're gonna do like the larger scale aftermath of like all the stuff that happens. But this is like the immediate reaction. Ba 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 ba. Hello, friendly anime person. No, it's not. I'm glad Vince is not here for the trolls. Okay. Oh, what did you say there, gaming wizard? What? Gaming wizard, what is that supposed to mean? I just put that through a translator. I don't know if I want to do this via overview because this is like I don't know if I want to do this via I I don't know if I want to do this via exposition, because this is the chapter. Okay. Intestines, Oh, it's an eye. Okay. What is in the shoulder? Collarbone? Well, let me look. What's the collar? Where's the collarbone? Okay. Here we go. Clavicle is the top bone. Okay. 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 All right. Um. Okay. Okay, so this is where we start to get into some of the stuff where they're trying to reach out through the official channels to get stuff done, but nothing's getting done. And that's what eventually leads them to, at the end of Act 1, take things into their own hands and say, okay, if no one's going to help us, we're going to help ourselves. Which is kind of more of a plot convenience thing. That's one of the things I thought about, was that, like, what this is saying about these organizations, that they won't help this company. Okay. 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 This is funny for the insurance reference. I think is funny. All right, we had 8 security personnel on site last night. Let me just see something. Bah, bah, bah. Okay. So he wakes up the next day. Mm. 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 Okay, so here is where he's kind of having this conversation with his boss, and I wanted to use Steve Works because he's the CEO, because like he was a character I'd already introduced. No, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. We're gonna rewrite this. We're gonna rewrite this. I'm gonna use Oku, the insert character for Oku-sen instead of the CEO, because this doesn't work coming from a CEO. Being this personal, Oku is his yeah, we're gonna rewrite this. Primary support staffer. Okay. Okay, so we have this being more Oku. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, we got something. Atarbarak. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot to the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I am right now writing chapter 3 of my novel project, Archangel Armor. Atarbarak. Okay. But welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. So, I am a variety streamer. I do gaming, I do writing, I do TTRPG content, I do game development content. I do a wide variety of things based on where my motivation is and what is entertaining me at the moment. I stream Mondays and Fridays starting at 8:30 p.m. EST. When I end, I used to end around 11:30 EST, but I've been running late the last few streams, and that seems like it's been working out pretty well. But it's definitely been an experience. But yeah, I'm glad to have you. Welcome aboard. It's great to see you. Right now, so this story is about, it's a sci-fi story about a character who operates a suit of power armor that's powered by this thing called the Brave Drive that generates electricity in response to emotions. So the more emotions he feels, the more powerful his suit becomes. And this chapter I'm writing right now is the aftermath of his first battle. He's in the hospital. He's banged up. He took a beating. And yeah, it's different in a lot of ways. I'm shooting for something longer than anything I've really tried to seriously write before. And I'm also for the first time in a while intentionally writing a romance into the story, where like there is like a love interest. There is it is something I'm actually intentionally doing. In the past, when I've done romances before, I've either done short stories that were about a romance of two characters that I'd already written about in a previous chapter, or I included the romance as a side plot that just was introduced and hinted at and only really referenced in the ending of one of my previous projects. This one, I'm trying to have that actually be something that develops over the course of the story. Yeah, this is the immediate reaction to the inciting incident. For my outlining method, I use the Katie-tastic 27 chapter method for outlining a novel. I don't know, I keep forgetting I need to put a link to that on my Twitch, because I have a link to it on my YouTube, but I don't know where to put the link to it on my Twitch. But I have, if you go to my Discord server, in the writing's corner, I have a link to the video explaining, not my video, Katie Tastic's video, explaining how she came, like this method that she came up with. And it's a method that I use that has helped me with writing a bunch of stuff. And has helped me, like I am a plotter. I need an outline if I'm going to be doing something. Having a strong outline is a lot of what helps me get through the writing process. All right. But so yeah, in this one, he's talking to his primary support staffer, Oku, who's named after one of the one of my prominent friends in on the YouTubes. And they're going over just like what happened and filling him in on all the stuff. That was not the button I wanted. Orbital research base. Okay. 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 Ah. Mm-hmm. So what happened? What happened that he's talking about is, in the previous chapter, there was they got in. Their company got invited to a tech demo to show off their power armor, alongside other military development companies that were showing off their own combat tech, right? And it was a whole thing where they show off what they've got, what they're working on, in order to try to get investors and get people interested in what they're doing. And so he's like, well, did you at least nail some new investors? Because we're going to need it if we're going to rebuild after being attacked by these monsters. Okay. Righty. Okay. Not supplies. Okay. Why did my phone vibrate? Okay. Okay, so that has the whole thing about Oku. How long is this? Because I don't think this is long enough. No, this is nowhere near long enough for a chapter. I mean, I'm going to have at least 2 more scenes. Yeah. Gonna need at least 2 more scenes like this. Or at least one. Yeah, I'd say at least 2 more scenes like this. So if 2 more people visit him in the hospital. Get the visit from Oku. Probably have a visit from Lisa in order to have more characterization there between her and him. Okay. Actually, I'm going to go back and put in some more stuff about emotions, about what he's feeling. Hello, Autumn Aesthetic. Welcome, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it has been. How have you been? What have you been up to? Okay, let's expand on this scene. Haven't been up to much, just getting back into writing. Hey, that's cool. I've been on a writing kick too myself. So it's really funny. So like I use the Katie-tastic 27 chapter method for outlining my my novels. And I have an entire outline for what I'm going to do with this novel, right? All week long, I have been thinking about what I wanted to write tonight on stream, but because chapter 3 was the one that I had like the least notes on, me being me had completely forgotten which chapter I was going to write tonight. So in my head, I am imagining the events of chapter 3 as the introduction to the events that happen in chapters 4 through 6. And I was planning out the things for chapters 4 through 6, but in my head, I do this thing where I scrunch things together, and I was imagining that chapter 3 was just the events that I had planned for 4 through 6 with a slight intro, and I was really worried. I was really worried all week long because I was like, oh, it's not going to work. I'm not going to have enough space. Like, that's just so much stuff to cram into one chapter. I'm going to have to break that into multiple chapters. That's going to be really complicated in order to make that justified and to get to that point and to get to that plot point. And I'm thinking through all this. And then I sat down tonight to get ready for stream. And then I'm like, oh, wait, I'm not cramming all those into one chapter. That's 4 chapters I was imagining as one, like, weird conglomerate chapter. Yeah, I know. It's definitely a lull moment, Nabiru. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You don't have much planned as in the chapter outlines? Hey, everybody does things their own way. Um. Um. Okay, I had him being fed paste because I like the image of that, but what would be? Hold on, let me look this up because this actually makes me curious. Grits, fruits, and mashed potatoes. Okay. So it's gonna be oatmeal. Okay. All right. So instead of paste, because that's not very realistic, we'll say it's either applesauce or oatmeal. Okay. Okay. This feels a lot better. Okay. Now that cleaned up that portion of chapter 3. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah. That's much better. Okay, now let's clean up the second portion of chapter 3. That was weird. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Okay, so the point of this chapter is that he's thinking about the 11 people he couldn't save, right? Everybody else is thinking about the 23 people that he did save. No, 22 people, because 3 people died. Yeah, so that's actually funny how that worked out. He saved twice as many people as died. Because it was 25... 25, 3, yeah, 22. Yeah, it's funny how that works out. Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. What do I want him to say there? Alright, some may say it's a miracle. Oh, excuse me. Hmm. Hey, Noel Main. I'm chugging along. Let me see how many words we've written tonight. I went back and kind of expanded on some of my ideas a little bit, and I do like how this chapter is shaping up. Not counting the, like, 200, I think it was like 200 words I added to chapter 2. I'm up to, like, almost 1,500 words in this chapter. Okay. All right. So this is where his self-doubt's going to start, like, kind of settling in, and then I want to resolve and wind down this part of the conversation, and then have the last part of the chapter be between him and Lisa, and building up some of their interactions as she is kind of like apologizing for being harsh to him, talking about what's going on, talking about how Timmy's doing, and uh she's gonna, like, ask him about her father's research, and he's gonna share about the Brave drive and about the Brave levels and all of that. I keep bumping the table that my computer's on, and I hear the hard disk drive struggling every time I do that. uh, Just had a Baradin mirror match online. Gotta be one of the funniest matches I've ever played. Everything that touches the board gets banished. That sounds funny. Is that Yu-Gi-Oh? Because you said banished, so that's why I was like thinking that. But I mean, Vanguard technically has a remove from play zone. They have the binding zone. Ugh. So this is where this kind of misunderstanding is going to settle in that sets up for the situation that comes together in the end of let me see. Okay, good. A situation that comes together at the end of chapter 9. What kind of creates the situation that starts well, actually chapter 7 is where he finds out he's going to be put in command. But in chapter 4 is where it comes in. Yeah. So it's going to be next chapter is where it's going to be where he starts to feel inadequate because he's around all these younger, stronger, faster operators. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Um. It's a pretty niche game, but it's kind of like Magic the Gathering. Baradin Void Streaker is a unit that banishes enemy units randomly. Banishing works like Yu-Gi-Oh! Did the auto mod catch your first post where you described the game? Or did it not like the name of the game? Hold on. Hold on. Did you say the name of the game? Because I didn't see where you said Baradin Void Streaker is a unit. Is that a Vanguard? Yeah, chatbot sometimes deletes posts randomly if it just doesn't like a word. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure you didn't. It wasn't a thing where you said something and AutoMod was just like, nah. How many words? How long do I want to make this? I don't know how long I want to make this. At least like 600 more words. Okay, so not super long. It'll be a short. This will be a short chapter, which is fine after the long chapter I just had. Didn't say they didn't. The game is Stellar Drive. It's digital only and it's quite niche because it's quite gacha heavy. Ooh. Gacha heavy's dangerous. Hmm. Okay. Fifth grade. Okay. I don't spend much money on gacha. I try the free-to-play route first. The main problem is the effort and time it takes to gather in-game resources. I know that feeling. Fourth graders. Okay. Let me... So, the only gacha game I got super heavily invested in was Dragalia Lost. And Dragalia Lost gave you so many things for free. It was so generous. And the gameplay was so great. The story was spectacular. Like Dragalia Lost, like, okay, gonna gush for a second. Gonna derail. I know we're running long, but like I gotta gush for a second, okay? So when I was in a really, really dark place in my life, one of the things that got me through was playing games on my phone. When I would start to have a panic attack, when I would start to spiral, when my mind would start to go to really dark places, yeah, some gachas are money sinks. When I would start to go to some really dark places, I would play games on my phone. I had games on my phone, and that was just how I got through a lot of it. And what Dragalia Lost was one of the ones that got me through some of the darkest parts of that period. The story was great. Doing the dailies, having the social interaction with the people in the multiplayer, it was spectacular. But then it was weird. So when things were really bad, I played a lot of Dragalia Lost. But then as things got better in my life and I got busy with other things, I wasn't playing as much Dragalia Lost. I kind of would pop in and do a few whatchamacallit, do latest events, get new characters. I would play very casually, but you could play very casually and still enjoy the game. I didn't do any of the end game. Well, I did some of the early end game content, but then they kept adding new end game content as the game went on, and I didn't really. You had to like grind a lot to like engage with that. It wasn't too much grinding because they gave you so many resources. And they did this thing in Dragalia Lost that was really cool, where they had a lot of the low tier characters get extra abilities over time as they updated the game. So by the end of the game, you could theoretically play all of the content with any of the characters if you fully upgraded them. It was spectacular. It was just amazing game design. It was outstanding. And it was heartbreaking when they announced end of service for Dragalia Lost. That brought me back to the game, and I played through. I remember playing through the final story. I still have screenshots. My background on my phone is still a screenshot of the final scene when you got to the end of the credits. And it was an emotional roller coaster. And a lot of people were wondering, like, with them doing end of service, what were they going to do? Some people wondered, well, what if they just shut down the multiplayer servers and let people just download the game onto their phone and then play single player, you know? But they didn't do that. Some people set up fan servers. I downloaded all the data from my account because I was ready to set up on a fan server, and I was playing on a fan server for a while, but it just didn't have the same thing. People were talking about doing new banners, new events, possibly inserting new characters. But the problem is I don't really have a way to like move, because you can't download the game again. So like trying to move it from my laptop to my desktop just doesn't super work. But Dragalia Lost was amazing for me. And like I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Nintendo, because Nintendo owns the stuff, right? Nintendo and side games. Oh no, I will actually, let me back up for a second. When they said why they were canceling Dragalia Lost, I got so mad. I got so very mad. They said they were canceling Dragalia Lost because Nintendo wanted their mobile games to be directing people to their Switch games, to their console games. So they wanted the mobile games to be acting as advertisements for their actual console games. But they didn't have a console game for Dragalia Lost, so they felt like they were sinking money into advertisements for a product they didn't have. The entire fan community was like, then just give us a Dragalia Lost Switch game. Like, just give us a Dragalia Lost Switch game. And I've said, if they give us a Dragalia Lost Switch game, I will buy a Switch. I don't own a Switch right now. If they give us a Dragalia Lost Switch game, I will buy a Switch and I will buy the Dragalia Lost Switch game. As long as it's like in a language I can play. I love the game, but I don't know if I could do it with all Japanese text. I don't know if I could do it, chat. But like, if they gave us, and the thing is, if they gave us a Switch game that was literally, and I do mean literally, just playing the mobile game except on Switch, if they just literally gave us playing the mobile game on Switch. Same thing. You could even do the entire like limited energy system, right? Where you have limited energy for doing runs and doing missions and stuff, and having to rebuild energy over time. Even though that would be a terrible thing to really incorporate into a console game, but they could do that, and I wouldn't care because they were always so generous, especially towards the end with all the items that you could grind for that let you get more energy, so that way you could keep going. Like, oh my goodness, like doing the events, doing the stuff. So like, and like I said, the community was like really like, well, you say this isn't advertising for this is advertising for a game you don't have, and we're saying if you make that game, we'll buy that game. So yeah, that's my feelings with gachas. I tried to get into other gachas. I tried getting into Iron Saga because it's a mech game. What? What happened with Cygames, Noel, man? I know Cygames made Bravern. What? Did Cygames close down? Now you're scaring me, Noel, man. Why is my phone going off? All right, but yeah, that's my soapbox talking about Dragalia Lost. I tried getting into Monster Hunter now. I saw a music video of someone doing a thing of the girls from Uma Musume singing, and I was like, oh, that seems really cool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Mini dungeons? Oh, that's so cool. Don't do that, Noel Main. Don't give me hope. Don't. So there was this beautiful moment. Okay, I'm gonna gush about this one more time. I'm gonna pause. Gonna derail for a second because I always want to share this. So they have a pity system, right? Where if you do every certain number of things, you'll be guaranteed. I think it was like a 5-star. And I had been building up, and I knew that my next poll was going to get me a 5-star, and then the banner ended, and a new banner came. I'm taking it with an entire pound of salt in the well, man. So there was one night when I was working as an Uber driver. I was at the airport lot, which is the lot where Uber and Lyft drivers wait to get requests. There's a queue system that keeps track of whenever you get in line. You're not physically in line, you're in a parking lot, but it keeps track of the order that you entered the parking lot in order to hand out the requests in a fair fashion, right? I was there, I was exhausted, I was scared, I had bills I had to pay, I was so stressed out, I had so many things going wrong in my life, right? And the new banner started for Mim, Brunhilde, the character who's the human form of the fire dragon. She was like a fan favorite character, and she got her first character form as a playable character, right? And I didn't know how banners worked at the time. I did not know how all of the stuff with the pity and the banners and all of that stuff worked. I just knew I think it was every 10 pulls you were guaranteed a 5-star, right? And I had if you didn't get one in the last 10 pulls. And I had been doing dailies, saving up crystals in order to do one every few days. I was doing one single summon every few days. And then the Mim thing dropped, and I had enough for one summon. And I tell you, I was convinced. I was like, I'm gonna get a 5-star here. I'm gonna pull Mim. I don't know why. I don't know why that was important to me, but it was. And then I pulled her on the one pull. And I tell you right now, I cheered in that parking lot. It was a magical, special moment for me. In that moment, I felt like everything was right in the world. I felt like things were going to be okay. And I'm like, I knew it. Because I was worried I was going to get a trash 5-star. Well, not trash, but like a 5-star I already had and got the Eldwater, right? And I pulled Mim. And I used Mim on my team for most of the time I played. And every time I looked at it, I would remember that magical moment when I was cheering in my car. Everything else was going so wrong in my life. But for that moment, I was like, let's go. And then I talked about it online. I was like, I pulled it. And people are like, well, then you got some great luck because the pity system resets on the banner. You were not guaranteed a 5-star on that pull. And I was like, oh, well, I just knew beyond knowing before I pressed that button that it was going to be Mim. It'd be nice if a pity system gotcha pull of any game would actually give you a great character. It's typical 9 out of 10 gives you a repeat trash or just okay. Yeah. I remember when they took the worm prints off of their gotcha system for Dragalia Lost. Everyone was like, thank you. Yes. It was a magical moment. No, so this is where it's like she's kind of opening up a little bit, and this is kind of it's kind of cliched. It's that cliched thing where like he's a person that's easy to talk to. Main character is like he shared this stuff about himself Um, and that kind of, so whenever you have a conversation, right, and you want to get to know someone and build bonds, it becomes this thing of like you share a little bit about yourself, they share a little bit about themselves, and you go back and forth and sharing things about yourselves as you get to know each other and build bonds together, right? So what happened here is one of the things about him is because of his stuff, he tends to overshare, which creates this very quick building of like trust because he shares this like stuff about himself really quickly. And he trusts people and cares about people very quickly. And it makes him easy to talk to because he's not hiding secrets. He doesn't have some secret agenda. What is that? What is that quote? There was. Where is. There was a quote that just basically says, it's very likely that children should see villains and quote. Here we go. That's it. Uh, mm-hmm. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is dragged. Actually, this has gone longer than I expected. How long is this chapter? I think I might have. I was expecting to write a short chapter, but I think this turned into a full-length chapter. Oh, so we're at about the point where I can wind down the chapter. Okay. We're at 2,500 words for the chapter. Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we want to wrap up this chapter here in a second. I don't know. Okay. So they're kind of having it. I want to have them having this like kind of verbal fencing match that like she's kind of drawing him into, because what's happening is she's testing him to see where his beliefs lie, because she doesn't want, because she's she knows that her son looks up to him, and she wants to know before she lets her son interact with him that he's the real deal and that he means what he says, because she doesn't want her son to look up to this guy, for her to let her son interact with this guy and him be her son's hero, and then have him let down or like break her son's heart. So she's playing this up and testing him to see how he reacts. See if he's going to get mad when she kind of probes a little bit. And she's kind of playing a game. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, a little bit of a long stream. We went an hour over, so we went up to 4 hours. But how many words did we get done today? Wrote like 3 scenes. 2,600 words. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Which kind of balances it out. We're at 9,000 words for the entire document. Almost 9,200 words for the entire document. It's just a little shy of that. So that's pretty good. That's just over what I'd planned for 3 chapters. So we're a little bit over. We're a little bit over the goal, but that's okay. This is still a shorter. This is a shorter chapter. 26. About 27 actually, closer to 2,700. And then I added about 200 words to chapter 2. I think because chapter 2 was like... How long was chapter 2? About 200 words. I added about 200 words. Yeah. Chapter 2 actually went up to 3498, so it's 2 words off of my intended thing about like my max I want my chapters to be. So that's cool. Alright, that was a productive stream. We did some editing on chapter 2, wrote chapter 3, which ends block 1. Ended on a nice smooth note with him having his kind of like verbal interactions with Lisa was actually really good for their characterization and getting to know them. And what I want here to be a thing where, like, up until this point, she's been dating for Timmy's sake, right? She's been dating for Timmy's sake and doing all this because she wanted to give Timmy a strong male role model, right? A capable and successful male role model to help her son achieve what she envisions as success, which is being, hey, War Bandit Hades. So the thing with the character Lisa, we're actually just wrapping up. So the thing with the character Lisa is that up until this point, she has been, after her divorce, she has started dating because she wanted to give her son a strong role model, and a role model that meets her idea of success, which is this idea that was imprinted on her by her father when her father was in the throes of his own toxicity and his own problematic lifestyle, with just being angry and nothing was ever good enough. So her idea of success is money, is power, and having some like luxuries, right? And here that's being challenged because the guy that she found that was like the definition of those things is like beefing with her kid, who like is the entire point is to help like inspire her kid, right? And the one that her kid is actually looking up to, that's actually like influencing and helping her kid, is this guy who was a janitor and now is a test operator for a suit of power armor. And it's kind of, I think I want to kind of do a thing where it's like her paradigm is shifting, her definition of success is shifting, and it's a thing about how they grow together. And her, not only is her definition of success changing, but also she's starting to become attracted to Jonathan, this character. And I didn't have him ask about Timmy at all. Okay, actually, I'm going to insert that before we finish here, because that I just remembered that. That completely changes the... Okay. I might redo this part. I might edit this part here for this conversation to have him say something along the lines of like, he's been so busy with just trying to survive that he hasn't really dug into settling down in a relationship or something. I might do something with that. Anyway, let's wind down. Let me actually put something in my notes real quick. Okay, her understanding. Okay, she wanted him to be... Okay. Much power. Mm-hmm. To do with that. Okay, cool. I wanted to update my notes with my stuff of updating Lisa's character. Okay. Let's wind down. Alrighty. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being amazing. I know we're running a little bit late. But, let's close down shop for the night. I want to say to everybody, thank you for coming. And for those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity and goodness into the lives of everybody, which I should have said something to Tarbarak whenever they came in chat before. I don't know if they're still here. But... All right. So, thank you all for coming. This has been another writing stream. I don't know if we're going to do another writing stream on Monday. I got to see how I'm feeling. Today was just really exhausting. So, we'll see where stuff goes Monday. So, I like to speak positivity and goodness into the lives of others. So, tonight I will say to Silva and to Evil Silva, the Stardust Synchrogasm player, Nabiru, LeMay, Noel Main, Vincent, Atar Beret, Barak, Autumn, and who else did we have come through tonight? And to War Bandit Hades, and to anyone else who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I want to say, I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you all are truly special, one-of-a-kind, and unique individuals. I think that you all have the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own way. Thank you for coming to my stream. Thank you for being a part of this community, and thank you for being amazing. And I want to say that I believe that you are valuable, worthy, important, deserving of good things, and worthy of love. I believe that your hopes, dreams, fears, and concerns are valid and worthy of notice. I believe that you matter, and this world would be different if you weren't here. I care about all of you in my own in my own way. So I will say to all of you that you're amazing. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. And one thing I ask is if you have any friends or relatives or aunts or uncles or nemesis, arch nemesis, friends to lovers, rivals to enemies, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content or invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I look forward to seeing all of you there, hopefully. Don't know what we're going to do yet. These writing streams have been really popular, so I might keep doing that just to keep the iron going and actually write about the stuff that I was thinking about writing about. Got about 2,800 words done today, so that was all right. Like 27, 28. But yeah, one thing I do ask is if you have people, you invite them, and I'm a bad streamer. I've been doing this for so long and I always get this wrong. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can follow me on all of my socials. Links to those are in the description down below on YouTube, and they are in the About panel, the About tab on, or About page on Twitch. There are links to all of those things there that you can find me. I think that you're all amazing. I said that already. Sorry, my brain's kind of fried. 2,800 words will do that to you, I guess. And if another thing I want to say is that you do not have to donate to be here. You don't have to give me money to be welcome in this community. I appreciate each and every one of you giving me your time, your attention, and your energy, and I'm grateful to all of you for that. But with that said, I do appreciate all the people who help make things possible in my life, who give big and small. I value all of you, and I appreciate everything that you do for me. And if you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so in the description down below on YouTube, and there is a donate button on Twitch. On the description on YouTube will take you to PayPal for direct donation, or to Ko-fi, where you can either do direct donation or set up for monthly donations. If you're going to do direct donations, I prefer PayPal, because PayPal, or someone, I don't know if it's PayPal, I don't know if it's Ko-fi, I don't know who, someone takes something out of money that gets donated to me from Ko-fi. but I set it up for repeated things. I don't really have rewards right now, and it's more of just, you helped me out, and I appreciate you for it. So thank you for all of that, and let's find somebody to raid. I think I have people watching me on... I think I got people watching me on the Twitch. Let's take a look. What have we got here? Yeah, we got people watching. Who are we gonna raid? Let's see. Who's streaming tonight? Benicula's streaming. Haven't gone to Benicula in a while because I normally like to go to... Ooh, Coffee Quills is doing a writing stream. Roomba's doing stuff. I always enjoy going to Roomba. I've gone to Roomba like the last 3 times. Let's change it up. Let's go to Coffee Quills. Okay. Yeah. Let's go to Coffee Quills. Okay. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.